Jaya Prabhupada. Oh no. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. The lotus feet of our spiritual master is the only way by which we can attain pure devotional service. I bow down to his lotus feet with great awe and reverence. By his grace one can cross over the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. I bow down to his lotus feet, since purified by the words emanating from his lotus mouth. Attachment to the lotus feet is perfection that fulfills all desires. He opens my darkened eyes and fills my heart with transcendental knowledge. He is my birth, birth after birth. From him ecstatic rhythm emanates. By him ignorance is destroyed. The Vedic scriptures sing of his character. Our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy, the friend of the poor, and the Lord and the master of the devotees. O Master, please be merciful to us. Please give us the shade of your lotus feet. May your fame be spread all over the three worlds. Teach us of your lotus feet. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. 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 Mando Mohi Savadana Mate. Jannamate Yara Prasade Bhai He Baba Toriya Yahai Yara Prasade Bhai E Baba Toriya Yahai Yara Prasade Bhai E Baba Toriya Yahai. Krishna Prapti Oya Hoite Krishna Prapti Oya Hoite Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitte te koriya kya Guru. Guru mukha padma vakya chitte te koriya kya Guru. Narana koriyo mane asha Narana koriyo mane asha Shri Guru Charane Rati He Sheo Tammagati Shri Guru Charane Rati He Sheo Tammagati Shri Guru Charane Rati He Sheo Tammagati Guru Charane Rati He Sheo Tammagati Jai Prasade Pure Sarvasya Jai Prasade Pure Sarvasya Jai Prasade Pure Sarvasya Jai Prasade Pure Sarvasya Chakodana Dilo Jai Jammi Jammi Prabhu Se Chakodana Dilo Jai Jammi Jammi Prabhu Se Divya Ganyere Prakasito Divya Ganyere Prakasito Divya Ganyere Prakasito Prema Bhaktiya Hoiti Avidya Vanasha Jate Bhakti Jaha Hoiti Avidya Vanasha Jate Prema Bhaktiya Hoiti Avidya Vanasha Jate Bhakti Jaha Hoiti Avidya Vanasha Jate Vede Gaya Hara Charito 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 Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Anamaja Narabandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Anamaja Narabandhu Lokina Lokira Jivana Lokina Lokira Jivana Srila Prabhupada Lokira Jivana Prabhupada Lokira Jivana Ha Prabhu Kora Doya Deho Mori Pada Chaya Prabhu Kora Doya Deho Mori Pada Chaya Ha Prabhu Kora Doya Deho Mori Pada Chaya Prabhu Kora Doya Deho Mori Pada Chaya Ebegash Kushu Tribhuvana Ebegash Kushu Tribhuvana Ebegash Kushu Tribhuvana Ebegash Kushu Tribhuvana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Prabhupada Patita Pavana Ha Prabhu Kora Doya Deho Mori Padachaya. Ha Prabhu Kora Doya Deho Mori Padachaya. He Begash Kushu Tribhuvana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine.
Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvashesha Shunyavati Pashata Deshatarine.
Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashacya Deshatarine.
Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvashesha Shunyavati Pashata Deshatarine.
Namaste
Saraswati Deve Prabhupada
Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashacya Deshatarine.
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Shri
Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Radha Kalachandi Radha Kalachandi Radha Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Jai Sister
Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami. Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami.
Yashomati Nandana Brajabaranagara Gokula Ranjana Kana
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 Gopi Paranadana Madana Manohara Gopi Paranadana Madana Manohara Kaliya Damana Vidana Kaliya Damana Vidana Amala Harina Mamiya Vilasa Amala Harina Mamiya Vilasa Dipina Purandana Navina Nagara Bora Vamsi Vadana Suvasa Vipina Purandana Navina Nagara Bara Vamsi Vadana Suvasa
Vipina Purandara Navina Nagara Bara Vamsi Vadana Suvasa
Raja Jana Palana Surakula Nasana Raja Jana Palana Surakula Nashana Nanda Godana Rakhovala Nanda Godana Rakhovala Govinda Madhava Navanida Taskara Govinda Madhava Navanida Taskara Sundarananda Gopala Sundarananda Gopala Yamuna Tatachara Gopi Basanahara Rasarasika Kripa Moya Yamuna Tatachara Gopi Basanahara Rasarasika Kripa Moya Yamuna Tatachara Gopi Basanahara Rasarasika Kripa Moya Shirada Vallabha Vrindavana Natabara Shirada Vallabha Vrindavana Natabara Shirada Vallabha Vrindavana Natabara Vakati Vinoda Shaya Bhakti Vinoda Shaya Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Jaya Radha Kalachandji, Radha Kalachandji, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Kalachandji, Radha Kalachandji, Shri Radhe. Jaya Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Jaya Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. Jaya Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Jaya Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Asvatartha Shishimad Zvangais Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Asvatartha Shishimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Goswami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada ki jai. ISKCON founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Nantakoti Vaishnavinda ki jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai. Premsiko Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sari Gaur Bhaktivinoda ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakund Radhakund Giri Govardhan ki jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham ki jai, Shri Mayapur Dham ki jai, Shri Jagannath Puri Dham ki jai, Samveda Bhaktivinoda ki jai, Gangamaya Yamunamaya ki jai, Bhakti Devi Tulsi Devi ki jai, Shri Harinam Sankirtan ki jai, Transcendental Book Distribution ki jai, Transcendental Prasadam Distribution ki jai. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the lotus feet of Shri Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Looks like your eyes are filled. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Okay. Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Is this okay sitting here? Jashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Jashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamunatiravana Chari Yamunatiravana Chari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hari Bol, Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Nitai Gauranga Hari Bol, Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Jaya Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Jaya Bhakti Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Jai Om Vishnupada Praman Sabri Rajagacharya Stotra Srila Bhaya Charanar Vindam Bhakti Vedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Jai Om Vishnupada Paraman Sabri Rajagacharya Astotarasta Shishimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur Prabhupada Ki Jai Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam Mahapurana ki jai, Srimad Bhagavad Gita Yatharupa ki jai, Shri 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 Chaitanya Charitamrita ki jai, Shri Shri Radha Kalachanji ki jai, Shri Gaura Bhakta Brinda ki jai, Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bo. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to you, Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. Thank you everybody for attending this morning's class. Please repeat after me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. If you know the prayer, you can chant along with me. Om Ajnana Timirandhasya Dhyananjana Shalakaya Chakshuran Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupaha Kadamajyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vanchakalpatarubhascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shanyavadi Paschata Deshatarine Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasa Adi Gaura Bhakta Brinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Shri Shri Radha Kalachanji ki Jai. Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur Prabhupada ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Shri Gaura Bhakta Brinda ki Jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bo. So there's no verse on the board today, right? I can go straight into the class without the verse? Okay. We have a verse. What verse is that? 434. Oh, well. How did you know to put 434 up? Oh, okay. Thinking, wow, that happened. Hare Krishna. So today is a very, very important day in our lives. And the reason is, there are many good reasons, but the one that sticks out the most to me is that it was Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, whose appearance date is today, who changed the system of initiation. Prior to Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, the system was that you'd have to be a really very amazing person for the spiritual master to accept you as a disciple. It's not just like today, for first initiation, spiritual master is very liberal. Literally anybody who has chanted 16 rounds for 6 months, followed the 4 regulated principles for a year, and now, of course, has done the ISKCON disciple course and obtained the certificate. They're entitled to get initiation. They can get initiation. It's just a matter of the spiritual master accepting the disciple. But that was not the system prior to Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur changing the system. Prior to that, the system was that you would have to be a very, very sincere person, very sincere devotee, because on the day of your initiation, you would be told who you are in Goloka Vrindavan. I mean, that's amazing, right? And you would be expected to live to that standard of that person in Goloka Vrindavan. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur famously said once, in my 30 to 40 years, I think he said 40 years, in my 40 years of preaching in the Dham, and where was he preaching? He's preaching in Mayapur, Sri Mayapur Dham, just the highest of all Dhamas. He said, in my 40 years of preaching in the Dham, I have not met one devotee. Can you imagine that? And we think we're all devotees, right? If someone asks, we think, yeah, I'm a devotee. But his standard of who a devotee was, or is, was so high. In the Dham, if you don't find devotees in the Dham, where do you find devotees? If you don't find a doctor in a hospital, where do you expect to find a doctor? The hospital is a place of doctors. So, what he did was, he changed the system to what is called Harinam Diksha. In Harinam Diksha, the process is, it's a process where the spiritual master gives us the holy name. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So he gives us this process, and by this process we become purified. And then we become really nice devotees as a result of the purification. And then the spiritual master gives what is called second initiation, so that one can serve the deities on the altar. More importantly, become a minister, so that we can minister to others, although those who are first initiated are also expected to minister because they're ministers in training. But if we had to perform a marriage ceremony or one of the major ceremonies in our lives like the death ceremony, etc., then one has to be second initiated. That's the idea behind it. Of course, if we want to go on the altar and serve, then we have to be second initiated. So I chose this verse to speak about, and then I'll speak about Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. So let's just read this verse together. We can sing it along together. Is that okay? Tad vidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya. I'm going to sing it twice, better. Just sing it twice, okay? And then we're going to sing it just once, so that'll be 3 times like that. Okay, we'll start again. Tad vidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadeksyanti te jnanam jnaninastattvadarshinah tadvidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadeksyanti te jnanam jnaninastattvadarshinah. Anybody want to read the synonyms? One person just read the synonyms, and then we'll all read the translation together.
That knowledge of different sacrifices, by to understand, by approaching a spiritual master. Can you say that a little bit?
Pariprashnena.
Pariprashnena, by submissive inquiries, Sevaya, by the rendering of service.
Upadekshyanti.
The Upadeshanti, they will initiate. Te, you, Jnanam, into knowledge. Jnaninaha, the self-realized. Tattva, of the truth. Darshinaha, seers.
Wonderful. So let's read the translation together, everybody. Just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from him submissively and render service unto him. The self-realized souls can impart knowledge unto you because they have seen the truth. So purport, somebody wants to read the purport? There's, I think there's only one paragraph? Or there's two paragraphs? It's one paragraph, right? The whole thing is one paragraph, in one paragraph. So, yeah, let's bring that out. I'm sitting in a place that's a little awkward.
I can.
All right?
The path of spiritual realization is undoubtedly difficult. The Lord therefore advises us to approach a bona fide spiritual master in the line of disciplic succession from the Lord himself. No one can be a bona fide spiritual master without following this principle of disciplic succession. The Lord is the original spiritual master, and a person in the disciplic succession can convey the message of the Lord as it is to his disciple. No one can be spiritually realized by manufacturing his own process, as is the fashion of the foolish pretenders. The Bhagavatam 6.3.19 says,
Sakshat Bhagavat Pranitam.
the path of religion is directly enunciated by the Lord. Therefore, mental speculation or dry arguments cannot help lead one to the right path. Nor by independent study of books or knowledge can one progress in spiritual life. One has to approach a bona fide spiritual master to receive the knowledge. Such a spiritual master should be accepted in full surrender, and one should serve the spiritual master like a menial servant without false prestige. Satisfaction of the self-realized spiritual master is the secret of advancement in spiritual life. Inquiries and submission constitute the proper combination for spiritual understanding. Unless there is submission and service, inquiries from the learned spiritual master will not be effective. One must be able to pass the test of the spiritual master, and when he sees the genuine desire of the disciple, he automatically blesses the disciple with genuine spiritual understanding. In this verse, both blind following and absurd quality inquiries are condemned. Not only should one hear submissively from the spiritual master, but one must also get a clear understanding from him. In submission and service and inquiries, the bona fide spiritual master is by nature very kind towards the disciple. Therefore, when the student is submissive and is always ready to render service, the reciprocation of knowledge and inquiries becomes perfect.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. So, I'm going to speak a little about the life of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur from the point of view of his instructions. It is described there's two ways that we associate with our spiritual master. We associate with our spiritual master from what is called the point of view of Vani, that's V-A-N-I, which means what the spiritual master instructs us with, the instructions that he gives us. And the other is called Vapu, V-A-P-U, which means associating with him in person, like that. So, Srila Prabhupada, when he first met his spiritual master, which was way back in 1922, he first met his spiritual master, he was very impressed. First of all, he didn't want to go to the program. He didn't want to have anything to do with, visiting with a sadhu to hear about spiritual science like that. He had many sadhus visited his house, and he wasn't very impressed by sadhus. But his friend really encouraged him and coaxed him, and finally sort of said, "Okay, let's go. We'll go." And when he went there and he heard Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur speak, he became very impressed. And Srila Prabhupada's natural, you might say, his nature was that he was very observant. He wouldn't speak very much. So, like whenever anybody gave class, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur especially, of course, at that time, he would just listen. He would never ask a question in the class. But this day, and this is the very first time he heard his spiritual master, he decided to ask a question. The first day he met, he asked him a question. And his question was, because Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur was impressing on the audience the urgency of Krishna consciousness and why it is only Krishna consciousness that really resolves the problem of life and gives us the greatest satisfaction for which the soul is always hankering. Because the nature of the soul is that it is eternal, it is full of knowledge, and it is full of bliss. So that's the nature of the soul. So the soul naturally wants to live. The soul naturally wants to know, and the soul naturally wants to be happy. So Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur was impressing on everyone that we must preach Krishna consciousness. And at the time, Srila Prabhupada was a follower of Mahatma Gandhi, who at the time was a great leader in India. And Mahatma Gandhi, his mission was to make India independent from the British, from the United Kingdom. And he felt that the culture which was predominant at the time in India would flourish if the British were not there to restrict the culture like that. So his question to Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur was, shouldn't we first help Mahatma Gandhi in his cause so that we can rid ourselves of the British, and then we can preach freely Krishna consciousness all over India? And Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur came back with a very, very strong no. He said, nothing stops Krishna consciousness. Nothing can stop Krishna consciousness. This is the first instruction Srila Prabhupada got from his spiritual master. If you think about that instruction, it's just a completely amazing instruction. Because in our lives, whatever we are doing, from time to time we feel that I'm not able to proceed as much as I'd like to. I'm not able to progress as much as I'd like to. I'm not able to do certain things. I'd love to do this, but for this reason, that reason, or another reason, I'm not able to do that. And that makes us unhappy. Of all the unhappinesses that are in this world, Radharani describes that the greatest happiness is called unrequited love. Because when you show love to someone, we love someone and they don't reciprocate it. That's what is called unrequited love. And that's the most painful thing that one endures in this world. Unrequited love. But there are lots of things that we suffer in this world. But here is Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur saying, but nothing stops Krishna consciousness. And earlier on he had mentioned that Krishna consciousness solves all of the problems of life and gives you the greatest of all happiness, the greatest satisfaction, complete satisfaction. All other satisfaction is partial, it's not complete. We do feel happy when we become satisfied, but then we hanker for something more, right, after that. We don't think to ourselves, okay, the word they use in Sanskrit is Atma Rama. I am now self-satisfied to the extent I don't need anything else now. I'm fine, just being spirit soul. I'm very happy being spirit soul. So that was the first instruction given. And now I want to talk about his final three instructions. I'm going to fast forward all through his life, from the beginning of when he met Srila Prabhupada to his final last day on the planet. And he's giving his final instructions. He gave a whole number of instructions. In fact, when they listed it, it came to 64 instructions as he's dying. He's giving final instructions. But 3 of them were his final instructions. So first is that we should know in our lives never to be discouraged. This is not his final instruction. The first instruction was, nothing stops Krishna consciousness, right? And Krishna consciousness means being conscious of Krishna. And Krishna is the greatest person in creation. And he's so powerful that nothing, not the whole creation together, can stop him 1 iota. That's how powerful he is. You know, sometimes somebody can stop us for a little while and then we break free, right? But with Krishna, you can't even stop him 1 iota, you know? An iota is a very small amount of space, by the way. It's hardly see the movement happening. Actually, atoms are always like the table you're sitting on. Well, you're sitting on a chair, but table that you're resting your hands on, made of atoms, right? Those atoms are moving, iotas. But the iota is so small you don't see it moving. You feel like it's not moving, the table's dead. Nothing is dead. Everything is made of atoms, and all atoms are moving. They're not stationary, they're actually inside it, the electron is moving, right? Like that. So, knowing that, these are the final 3 instructions that he gives. First instruction he gives is that he says, do not try to be a hero, comma, simply try to be a speck in the hands of the spiritual master. Speck means a particle of dust, right? Like that, we know it's a speck of dust. It's really small. Similarly, just be a speck in the hands of the spiritual master. Now, US, United States, is a land of worshipping heroes. This is a country where you really worship heroes all the time. Everyone wants to become a hero, and everybody loves worshipping heroes in America. So this is just the opposite. Now, why does he say, do not try to become a hero? So who is a hero? A hero is a person who is very strong, very smart, very capable, gets extraordinary things done, right? Things that normal people cannot do, the hero is able to do it, right? But remember, who is the real doer? The real doer is Krishna. So if we are doing what is happening is we're really getting in the way of Krishna. That's what we're doing. That's what we are doing. We're getting in the way of Krishna. And that's not the right thing to do. So, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur says, relax. Don't carry the whole world on your shoulders and think, I have to do this, I have to do that, I have to get this thing done, I have to get the thing done. Krishna will help you. Krishna will allow everything to help. He'll make the arrangement, everything will happen, but you do one thing, and that is be a speck in the hand of your spiritual master. What does that mean? What that means is to become focused, one-pointed. Vyasatmika buddhi ekeha kurunandana. There's a statement made in Bhagavad Gita that says that one should be one-pointed. One-pointed means that we have a laser focus. We know what we're interested in. And what is it that we should be interested in? What is our laser focus? To please Krishna. Why? Because the closer we get to Krishna, the more is going to happen in our lives. The greater things are going to happen in our lives. So the only thing we should be doing is trying to get closer to Krishna. Because as we get closer to Krishna, Krishna says, Ye yatha mam prapadyante tam satheva bhajamyaham. As they surrender unto me, I reward them accordingly. And how does one surrender? What is this word surrender? Surrender means that everything we do, whether we're doing it while we're breathing out, whether we're doing it while we're breathing in, whether we're doing it while we're holding our breath out, or holding our breath in, or merging the two breaths, the outgoing breath and the incoming breath. These are the 5 types of breaths we have, by the way. Everything we do in those 5 breaths should be only for one purpose, and that is to please Krishna. That's being one-pointed. And therefore the definition of initiation in the nectar of instruction is called Upadesha Amrita, which means nectar of instruction, but it is the guru training manual in ISKCON. You want to become a guru? That's the book that will train you to become a guru. Nectar of instruction. It has everything from it A to Z. There, the definition of instruction is, the definition of initiation is that one who is fully surrendered is considered to be initiated. Now, we of course have a fire sacrifice, and spiritual master gives a name, initiating spiritual master gives a name, right? Like recently you got the name Drishtadumna Prabhu Ki Jai. So, that's what we call formal initiation. But that doesn't mean you're initiated. Please understand that. Having the certificate, having the formal recognition is not what's going to take us back to Godhead. What it means to be initiated is that I am fully surrendered. If I'm fully surrendered, then I'm initiated. Now what does this fully surrendered mean? That is also defined in scripture, what fully surrendered means. But essentially what fully surrendered means is that everything I do is for the pleasure of Krishna and done according to the advice given and the guidance given by the spiritual master. That is why I picked this verse, Tadvidi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya, that one must approach a bona fide spiritual master, inquire from him submissively, and render service unto him submissively, because the spiritual master has seen the truth, he can give us the truth. Just like if you want to become a doctor, who do you study under? Not an attorney, right? You don't go to law school to become a doctor. You don't go to engineering school to become a doctor. You go to medical school. You got to study under a qualified doctor. So who is Guru? Guru is defined in the scripture as of 3 types. The person who introduces you to Krishna conscious. By the way, the Guru has to be Krishna conscious themselves. If they're not Krishna conscious, you're not going to be a Guru. There's no question. It's just like if you want to teach someone to become a doctor, you got to be a doctor yourself. You can't be a doctor. You can't be a person who just went to kindergarten and now you're going to teach somebody how to be a doctor. It's not going to happen. So, assuming the fact that each of these 3 are people who are Krishna conscious. By the way, the definition of Guru is one who has perfect character and perfect knowledge. It's called Achar and Prachar. Achar means good character, really good character. And Prachar means the ability to explain things in a way that another person can accept Krishna as God and become a follower of Krishna, a beloved of Krishna. We're all children of Krishna already. So, there are 3 types of gurus. The guru who actually introduces us to the path. That person might be a book distributor when we went on, because there are people who go out and distribute books, right, on the street, etc., and they offer a book to somebody. And that person for the first time comes to know about Krishna consciousness. Then that person becomes your guru. That person is guru. The next guru is the guru who actually gives you advice, guides you, who literally holds your hand and walks you back to Godhead. That is called the Shiksha Guru. That in our system is considered the most essential guru. Of all the gurus, this is the most essential guru. There are disciples of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who is considered one of the greatest of all gurus ever who have walked on this planet, who never got initiated by him. No first initiation, no second initiation, nothing. But they were his disciples. He accepted them as his disciples. He was like the Siksha Guru. Siksha means he gave them advice. He held their hand and walk them back to Godhead. That's Siksha Guru. And then Diksha Guru is the third Guru, and this Guru is the person who actually introduces you into the disciplic succession. This is the person who gives you formal initiation. This is the person in an embassy who is the visa stamping officer. You know, when you want to go to another country, if you want to go to India, for example, you got to get an Indian visa, right? If you're an American citizen, in Canada, you're an Indian citizen. So when you go to the Indian embassy, there's somebody who receives the application, somebody who approves the application, and somebody who takes a stamp, which is a Embassy of India stamp, formal stamp, and he stamps it on your passport. Or she stamps it on your passport. And that means now you have a visa to go to India. You can show that to whoever needs to see it so that you can enter India. So that's like the Diksha Guru. That's the person who stamps. See? Now, of course, in this world, these examples are not perfect because, you know, you can't go to India without a visa being stamped, right? But in the spiritual context, you can go to the spiritual world without getting first initiation. If you are fully surrendered and you become a speck in the hands of your spiritual master, and you do everything for the pleasure of Krishna, you're entitled to go back to Krishna's planet. Krishna wants that. That's why he came to speak this science. So then the second instruction he gives is, always take shelter of Harinam and Harikatha. Always take shelter of the holy name and the pastimes of Krishna. It is called Harikatha. Harikatha means the stories that are told, the pastimes, what he did when he was on this planet. There's just wonderful, wonderful books have been written about Krishna's pastimes. And we should be very attached to these and take shelter of them. Hear from these books, hear the chanting, chant and hear the chanting, and then take shelter of that. Understand that that is going to get you everything. Now we might say, well, it's not really true. If I don't have a job, I won't have any income, I won't pay rent, I won't have food, this, that, and the other. All those are necessary, but they will also happen if you chant nicely and if you read about the pastimes of Krishna, speak about the pastimes of Krishna, discuss that in the association of devotees. Actually, you will find you'll be able to earn much more money than you can earn without doing that. The richest people in creation in the past have all been Krishna's devotees who followed this process. The most famous people in this world have all been Krishna. Everyone, no exception. Every last one of them has been a devotee of Krishna. Whether they were the wealthiest, whether they were the most powerful, whether they were the most famous, whether they were the most beautiful, whether they were the most knowledgeable, or whether they were the most renounced. These are the six opulences. In every case, every last one of them was a devotee of Krishna. And every one last of them followed this process. And what does that tell us? That gives us a clue, right? That if 1 + 1 always equals 2, that it must be a scientific statement. It's true under all circumstances, for all people, at all times, and in all places. And then finally, his third instruction was, beware of disunity. Because what disunity does is that it discourages us from loving Krishna and loving Krishna's devotees and loving Krishna's creation. It discourages us. We start separating ourselves amongst one another, and that displeases Krishna. What pleases Krishna the most is when everyone cooperates, chants, feasts, and dances together in a happy mood of unity. That's what pleases Krishna the most. And he says, one who preaches this science to others is most dear to me, and there will never be anyone more dear than such a person. So this was his third final instruction, beware of disunity. Now, in this world, there is going to be disagreement. And the reason there's going to be disagreement is because the same movement can be seen in opposite ways by different people. Like say, for example, if I say, I'm moving my hand clockwise, what do you see? It's anti-clockwise, right? Counterclockwise. It's the same movement. I'm seeing clockwise, you're seeing counterclockwise. Now, who is right? Who is right? Both are right, right? Both are correct. This happens in this world. And it's very important to learn this, that sometimes opposites can be true simultaneously. So don't get caught up in, no, my understanding is the best understanding. That's trying to play hero again, right? It's my understanding, therefore it's the best. My spiritual master, therefore it's the best. See? It's my temple, so it's the best temple. My house, my car, me, the best. This is the difficulty in this world, that people actually play these games and as a result cause disunity, and what happens? Hardly anybody is happy, right? In a family, if one person is unhappy, the whole family becomes unhappy. It just takes one person to drag the family down. So it's very important for us that we understand that whenever there is a difference, the way to resolve the difference is to speak to someone who is neutral and who is more advanced. And that person can explain why both of you might be correct under different circumstances, and that there's no reason for you to actually quarrel over that. Now, there are some truths which are true for everyone. For example, Krishna is the original Supreme Personality of Godhead. Now, if there's a disagreement there, that's simply a disagreement based on ignorance. Not based on the fact that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but somebody didn't see that when they saw Krishna. No, when they see Krishna, they're seeing Krishna. And want to be fully realized and understand that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. These are innate truths. So there are some innate truths that cannot be challenged. But we generally don't live a life full of so many innate truths. We more live a life that is full of relative truths. And relative truths can be different for different people, in different places, in different times and different circumstances. So these are the three final instructions he gave. And today we're going to celebrate Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's Holy Appearance Day. And at 11 o'clock we'll start reading some of those instructions that he actually gave, those amazing instructions that he gave. And there's a list, there's a short list. Actually, the instructions I'm going to be talking about today is not the 64, because that's quite a long list. But there was another set of 25 instructions that he gave, which are called Pearls of Instructions by Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. So we'll read about that. I'm just going to read the first one just so you can see the type of things he said. First, he says, we are put to test and trial in this world. Only those who attend the kirtana of devotees can succeed. Everyone's going to be tried and tested in this world. But those who attend glorification of God, that's called kirtana. And those who are followers of God, when they glorify God, if you come to that type of an association, then you'll become successful. Like that. So like that he gave quite a few instructions. I'm going to stop here and ask if any of you would like to say something, ask any question, or your realizations. Yes?
I just have a question.
Sure.
Your experience as a devotee, the main thing to prevent communication principles in the
What is the main thing that stops unification in my experience? Well, actually my experience doesn't matter, because it's my experience, right? It may not be somebody else's experience. But according to the acharyas who actually speak from scripture, and I have experienced that as well, the number one cause for differences is the false ego. It's the misidentification. Basically, we identify ourselves as the body, the mind, the intelligence, whereas actually we are spirit soul, right? So, based on that ignorance, now everything that we're going to say and do is also going to be fraught with ignorance. And hence there are going to be differences that are disunifying. Now, there are differences that are unifying. Can you think of a difference that's unifying? Anybody think of a difference that's unifying? Good.
We hear there are differences sometimes between devotees in the spiritual world because they want to please Krishna, but
Yeah.
they may have different ideas.
That's
to
right.
please Krishna.
But they still please Krishna, it's true. Spiritual world. Material world? Because since we are here, material world?
How about somebody who likes to cook, bake, and then there's somebody who likes to cook subjis, and they work together to make a nice feast
Makes
for
preparation.
Krishna?
Very good example. That's a perfect example. You know, those are not the same thing. Someone thinks, I like to bake, another one thinks, no, I'd like to fry. You know, but they can complement each other, right? Yeah. I'm thinking of a husband and wife. They say that men come from Mars and women from Venus, right? I mean, these are like very different planets. I mean, there's a saying that Prabhupada actually quoted from the Acharyas, which actually comes from scripture also, that man is good, woman is good, but together they're bad. You know, because the way men think and the way women think are very different. And yet, we find men and women get together, they become married, and they have children. They have children, right? Wonderful children. All of us are children of some parents. So opposites came together, and how many times do husband and wives fight? Pretty much all the time, right? Well, not all the time. Hopefully not all the time. But a lot of the time, like you said, a lot of the times they fight. So you can see that, but there is unity in that diversity. There is a unity there. So what brings about unity? What brings about unity is love of God. Because what love of God does is that it makes us unified in our purpose. And when you're unified in your purpose, then the strategies could be different for the same purpose, right? Like say for example, even in this world, business people sell products, but sometimes they can sell vastly different products under the same company name, right? Because the idea is to make more money. So they can sell a product that can cure you, and they can sell a product that can kill you. Right? There's some products that have label marked on them, poison, do not ingest. You know, they ask you to keep it away from where children are. The same company could be selling some herb or medicine that actually helps you cure you of some type of a malady, right? And why are they doing that? It's to make more money. Their singular purpose is to make more money. So for us, if our singular purpose is to please Krishna, then we can disagree, right? We can disagree, like one might say, I'd like to go out on book distribution. The other one says, well, I'd like to sing on the streets, you know, I'd like to do kirtan. I don't want to distribute books, I want to do kirtan. Both of them can go out together, right? While one is doing kirtan, the other one could be distributing books. You see? So, really what causes disunity is our not having a purpose that is a unified purpose. And then from that is born ignorance, and from that ignorance comes all the conflict. Does that make sense? Yeah? Well, and if you have any things you'd like to share, any realizations? Yes, question, yes, please. Two questions. How do we know and find a spiritual master? Okay. What's the process of finding? Okay. So actually, the spiritual master is actually Krishna himself, who comes to this planet to hold our hand and walk us back home again. Because only really Krishna can do this job. Nobody else can really do it. So what Krishna does is that he waits until it's got a feedback, I think, right? Okay, I'll just put it back here. No, this is now. No, it's better. It's better now. It's better now. I think I'm too close to it. That's what it is. So Krishna waits to see that we are truly interested in him. Because what happened was, at one time we were with Krishna. Now again, the acharyas were on both sides of this equation. The acharyas will say, yes, we all come from Golok Vrindavan, and the acharyas say, no, we don't come from Golok Vrindavan. If we were in Golok Vrindavan, we'd be fully realized and have full knowledge. Why would we ever leave the place, to come to this sort of God-forsaken place, called the material world. But Srila Prabhupada did say we come from Goloka. So we can accept that as, you can take that to the bank, like they say. You can bank that. You can deposit that in your bank. So basically, what happens is that we were with Krishna and then we decided to come to the material world. And it's actually a very momentary act. Basically, you're picking a rose for Krishna, and as you're picking the rose, in the blink of an eye, you're thinking, man, I'm so lucky I'm with Krishna, I'm so happy to be with Krishna. I shudder to think what would happen if I wasn't. And bam, you're in the material world. Because you decided to think about it. Krishna makes the arrangement. Okay, come to the material world. And you live billions and billions and billions and billions of lives. And one day you think to yourself, man, I want to be Krishna conscious. I want to know about Krishna. I want to know about God. I want to know about Krishna. Right? So then Krishna comes in the form of a spiritual master. He comes through a spiritual master like that. He actually inhabits the body of the spiritual master. Because spiritual master is only going to say what Krishna wants, nothing else. No spiritual master is a spiritual master if they say anything that has nothing to do with Krishna. It wasn't Krishna who said it. Let's put it this way. It wasn't Krishna who wanted them to say that. So, what happens is that when that person comes in front of us, we start feeling some happiness in your heart. In your hearts. Because in the heart, there are two souls. The me soul, the little soul, that's the I soul, in each case, like your soul. And then the other is the big I, that's Krishna, sitting in the heart of every living entity. Atma, Paramatma, like that. So internally you get this feeling in your heart, this person really inspires me. This person makes me feel Krishna conscious. This person makes me feel like, I want to know more about Krishna. I want to love Krishna fully. I want to just grab Krishna and hug him and kiss him and never let go again. And say to him, never going to let go of you again. You are mine and I'm yours. Prabhupada actually said that you should stand in front of the deity and say to Krishna, I'm yours and you're mine. That's it. Now you've got a bond. Right? So then, ISKCON has some requirements, which is that you should be chanting your rounds, be following principles, associating with devotees, right? These are ISKCON requirements because we're inside ISKCON. The essence is, you will know your spiritual master when you see the person. You'll know. Now, it'll take a while. It won't be like you'll know instantaneously, because we're not that perfect. Nothing happens instantaneously, right? Like, did you go to college? Yeah. What did you study? Counseling? Yeah. So it wasn't the first day you walked into college that you got your degree, right? It took a little work, isn't it? But you're assured. Once you step in, you're assured. So once you come into the association of devotees, you're assured to find a spiritual master. And for all of us, Srila Prabhupada is our spiritual master. He is considered the prime spiritual master of the movement for the next 10,000 years. That's how powerful he is. Therefore we call Prabhupada-nugas. So in that sense, we have a spiritual master already, right? But now we also need another spiritual master who's going to be in person, because Prabhupada won't chastise us so much. We need a lot of chastisement. Because we're so steeped in ignorance, because of all the lifetimes we've led in the past that actually taught us so many wrong things in life. You know? Somebody has to correct us, right? Of course lovingly, but still correct us. You see what I'm saying? Therefore you need a person in flesh and blood to help do that for you. Now that person will slowly become clear to you, and at some point will become completely clear to you. And at that time when it becomes completely clear to you, there'll be no doubts in your heart. You'll feel like it's a no-brainer. This is the person I need to take shelter of. And again, shelter is of those three. Remember, I said the one who introduces, the one who actually talks to you on a daily, weekly basis and walks you back home, back to Godhead. And the other is one who introduces you. Now, some of these play double and triple roles. The same person could be a Diksha Guru, Siksha Guru, and what they call the Marg Pradarsh Guru, one who introduced you. Or could be two out of the three, or one out of the three. But any one of those can take you back to Godhead. But it's the one who actually spends most time with you and actually explains everything in detail, because you have questions, right? You have doubts. That person clears your doubts and explains things properly to you. And now you'll be able to make progress like that. You see what I'm saying? So, who is the spiritual master? Srila Prabhupada is already spiritual master. Krishna is already your spiritual master. He's in your heart. It's called Chaitya Guru. He's in your heart as spiritual master. Prabhupada is spiritual master. Now the third one, or the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth one, because some of us have quite a few spiritual masters. You know, yes, we have one who take Diksha from, but we have a lot of Siksha Gurus, some of us. Multiple Siksha Gurus. Because those are the ones who are guiding me to go back to Godhead, who are encouraging me, enthusing me to go back to Godhead, who are allowing me to see Krishna face to face. You see what I'm saying? That's the Guru. The Guru is one who trains you to become a Guru. That's a Guru. Guru is one who trains others to become a Guru. That's a Guru. And you can't train someone to become a Guru unless you have good character and good knowledge. These two are essentials. So stay in the association of devotees, and all that will become clarified. And don't be in a rush. Oh, I'll beat someone to initiation, I'll get it before that one gets, I get, like that. This is not. That's the same thing that the first instruction the first of the three final instructions, don't be a hero. Don't try to be a hero, Just understand, Krishna is already with you. There is no reason to feel a failure. You're already successful. Krishna is already with you. Right? Now let Krishna make the arrangements. Give yourself time. Let him make the most important thing for you to do is stay happy in your Krishna consciousness. Just be happy. I'm so happy I got this opportunity because there's so many lifetimes I came to find out about Krishna. So I'm going to hold on to this. This is the greatest treasure I have got in my life. You hold on to that treasure. And then as far as the process is concerned, the idea is to approach the person and say to the person, can you please give me shelter? Normally I ask people to write an email because they're too shy to speak to a person, right? So I tell them, write an email to your spiritual master and say to him, or a letter, snail mail, like they say. Write to the spiritual master and say, I'd like to take shelter of you. Please give me shelter. And if he says yes, or she says yes, you're a disciple right there. You don't have to wait for initiation to be a disciple. You're a disciple right there. Then that person will guide you. All we have to do is give up our ego a little bit, because sometimes that guidance may not agree with us. It's just like when you went to school at university, sometimes the subject was hard, right? It was difficult to answer questions. I mean, the test question was a difficult question. You don't say, okay, now I'm not going to do this. It's too difficult. If you do that, you won't pass the exams, right? You won't get through. So sometimes the spiritual master may ask you to do something that might be a little difficult for you to do. It'll never be bad. It won't be immoral, illegal, illicit, nothing like that. Not saying anything like that. But something that might be genuinely difficult. An example is, please chant without any offenses. That's a real difficult one. Because there are 10 offenses to chanting. So if you read those 10 offenses, you realize, my God, and that's setting high bar for chanting. You know what I mean? But if he's asked you to do that, try to do that. Even if you don't succeed, it's okay. Krishna says, if you try to do it and you're unsuccessful, you are successful. If you don't, and you do something else successfully, you're unsuccessful. So the key thing is to become a follower and then a leader. You cannot become a leader unless you first become a follower. Just like you can't become a teacher unless you're a student first, right? So the process will come naturally like that. And then the spiritual master will let you know when he might give you first initiation, when he might give second initiation, whatever else he's going to do or not do, or she's going to do or not do. Have faith. Because remember, you're always with Krishna, right? Nothing can go wrong. Even if the spiritual master does the wrong thing, you won't fail. There's a nice example. There's a time in the year, it's called Purushottam Mas. It's the month of Krishna, of Purushottam. It's considered a leap month because the moon calendar, sun calendar don't collide, right? Don't coincide. So there's a leap month. That leap month is called Purushottam Mas. In that month, what they do is, traditionally, there's a tree called the peepal tree, and what they do is they take a string, like a thread, which usually, they thread the needle with thread, and they'll hold the thread and they'll go around the tree and bind the tree with that thread. And that's their way to say it. And because Krishna resides in that tree in that month. So they're binding Krishna with their love. That's what they're doing. So there's a spiritual master and his disciples, and they were doing that. So an old haggardly lady came along and she approached the spiritual master and said, "Can I also do this?" And the spiritual master felt she was not qualified because she wasn't clean, She looked like a person who was an ignorant person, like that. So he said, "Okay, you go and take a bath in that stream," and that stream was what do you call a nali in English? It was a drain. It was a drain. A refuse drain. You know what a refuse drain is, right? Where rubbish goes through that drain. Right? Okay. They were told to go and take a bath in that. Then gave her the string, and when you circumambulate the Lord, you're supposed to do it clockwise. If you clockwise circumambulate somebody, you get their blessings. If you anti-clockwise circumambulate somebody, then you give your blessings to that person. So he told her to take the string and circumambulate the tree anti-clockwise. That's an offense to the Lord. You're supposed to take blessings from them. You're not supposed to bless the Lord, you know what I mean? Especially for an innocent person. I mean, later on you might bless the Lord if you're like a parent of the Lord. Like, some of us feel like we are the parents of Kalachanji. So we take care of him, you know what I mean? It's not his business to take care of us. Our business to take care of him. Okay, so that might be a different story. Then, we might do something differently. So anyway, at the end of the month, end of the 30 days, when the month was over, in the night, Krishna came to the old lady in a dream and said to her mother, "I'm so happy. You have such amazing devotion. Every day you came and did this, and you took a bath in that dirty pond and water, and then you walked around and nobody wanted to be with you because you were smelling like anything, I'm very happy with you, and I want you to know that you're coming back home in this lifetime. This is your last life. Now when she woke up, amazingly, when she woke up in the morning, she looked like a young girl. This is an old lady. Even her features changed on her body. She looked younger. That same night, he went to the spiritual master. And he said, "You rascal. Why did you tell her to take a bath in that dirty water? Do you take bath in dirty water? Why did you tell her to circumambulate anti-clockwise? Do you circumambulate like that? But she wasn't my disciple. So what? She is my devotee. Everyone is my devotee. Krishna says that. You know? Jivera Surupa Hoy, Nityera, Krishna Das. What does Krishna Das mean? It means a servant of Krishna. It's a devotee of Krishna. Every living entity is a devotee of Krishna. They're my children. They're my beloveds. And this is how you deal with my beloveds? And you're the spiritual master. So he said, anyway, otherwise things have been going well with you, so you can come back to Godhead, but after 64 lifetimes. There you go. She had faith in the spiritual master. She wasn't doing anything wrong. She wasn't killing somebody, molesting somebody or anything like that, right? She was just following instruction that she accepted was the right instruction to please God. And she got the result. So this is really wonderful process. Our process is really very beautiful, you know. In some ways it's simple, in some ways it's very profound. But it's also very profound. Looks simple, but it's very profound. It's simple for the simple-hearted. The idea is to be simple-hearted. Just like children, they're simple-hearted. So the little girl came, simple-hearted, right? Can't pay business. You know, walk away. If somebody else, an adult person comes, they think, oh, everybody's looking at me. I better pay my businesses properly. You know, like that, right? So, be simple-hearted in your heart. Krishna will more than love you. He already more than loves you. Let's not create any gap between us and him. Does that make sense? Yeah? Very good, you're welcome. Anybody else? Any more? Today's fasting, or are we taking? We are going to fast, Luna.
We'll end at 8:30, but on a fast day we
Go a little longer.
Extend class so that we can do more hearing.
Yeah, don't have to think about eating so much. We all like to eat a lot. We're a kitchen religion. All right, anybody else?
Prabhu, I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
You mentioned that we're thinking, I have the best temple, I have the best deities, I have the best car. If I'm hearing you correct, it's okay to think that you have the best, but that doesn't mean that we argue or fight with somebody who also thinks they have the best?
Right.
Or do we not have the mindset that we have the best?
No, we have the mindset that we have the best, but at the same time the mindset that we don't want to discourage others by saying yours is not the best, you know, like that. It's like saying I'm really very handsome but you're ugly. Why? First of all, I'm not handsome. Second of all, you're not ugly. You know, so why am I creating this mess? You see what I'm saying? So, in that sense, we have to be careful. Like Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, it's really good to read about him, you know. He would say, I am the most disqualified person in creation. Well, he didn't say it that way. He just said, I am most disqualified. He says, my only qualification is that I'm disqualified. You know, that's putting yourself in your place, right? That's not somebody else putting you in your place. That's you yourself putting yourself in your place. That's what pleases Krishna a lot. Because then Krishna knows this person will be okay in the spiritual world. He or she won't cause a mess in the spiritual world, come and cause problems there, you know. To all his wonderful innocent devotees were there, very nice with him. He won't cause any issues there. But that doesn't mean we should take a shoe and beat ourselves up every day and say, I'm a rascal, I'm bad, I'm this, that, and the other. Because the mind really doesn't know who is talking, because the mind is not me, right? Just like, say, for example, this pair of kartals is not me. So in the same way, the mind is not me. It is my mind, but it's not me. So if I keep saying to myself, I'm bad, I'm bad, I'm bad, the mind will think I am bad. And then the mind will say, let's do bad things now. Since we're bad, let's do bad things. Now I just caused myself to do things that I shouldn't have done. You see anything? So don't beat up on ourselves. But at the same time, we recognize that we are insignificant and we have a lot to make progress about, to improve on, We have a lot. And then when we will go to that place where Krishna is performing his pastimes, we will get trained perfectly. This is an imperfect world. You cannot get trained perfectly in an imperfect world. So but here, what we can have is a perfect attitude. Therefore, Prabhupada said the secret of success is a humble attitude of service. He didn't say the secret of success is service or humble service. He said it's a humble attitude of service. So that tells us the key. The key is, let's get our attitude right. Let's keep working on our attitude, working on our attitude, working on our attitude, and perfect it and perfect it and perfect it until it gets as perfect as it possibly could when we heave our last breath. It's still not perfect, but it's as perfect as we could get it. And Gauranga Mahaprabhu says, if you do that, I'll cover the difference. Imagine you go to college, and that college they say, look, just try. Okay? And if you try, we will fill in the rest of the marks for you. So if you got 10 marks, they'll fill in 90. So you got 100, right? And if you got 90 marks, they'll fill in 10, and you got 100. Which one is better? Same. So this is one place you can relax a little. You've become a devotee now. Just be happy. Your happiness is what's going to count more to Krishna than anything else. Just like if you love someone, if they're happy to be with you, you like loving them, right? But if they're grouchy all the time, they're not happy with you, they're always frowning at you and, growling at you, and I think it's going to be hard to stay in love with that person, right? That's not love. So same with Krishna. Be happy. No matter what situation happens to us, how bad it gets. Last night I had a problem with my foot. I couldn't sleep all night. And it was like something was poking at the foot like a dagger, going in, and it's really painful. So it's like, so it jolts me, the pain jolts me, And I just decided, every time the pain jolted me, I wanted to thank Kalachandji. I was telling Kalachandji, I'm sure when I love you, that's how I'm going to feel. I'm going to be jolted with love, I'm going to be like electrified with love, you know what I mean? And you're giving me a taste of the electrification. So I turned it into something positive. And my wife was telling me, I don't think you should give class in the morning. You're not slept. You'll be sleeping in class, you know what I mean? It's not right. Let somebody else give the class. You're not the only person who can give class. That's a wife, by the way. That's a good wife. Good wife always corrects the husband. No husband likes to be corrected. That's the only problem. But anyway, you can see I'm awake and everything's fine, It's the attitude is what makes the difference. It is the difference. Attitude is everything, truly. Always have a very good attitude about you, no matter how bad it gets. Okay, and I do have a problem with my heart. And I knew at some point I might even leave my body. Because the jolt was so much. I was worried my heart would give up, you know what I mean? But I thought to myself, I gave up. That'll be the best time of my life. I'm done with this world. Thank you, Krishna. Sayonara. See you again. Never see you again. Thank you very much. I'm gone. You know what I mean? Take me to the place where I can be with you now or get closer to you. You see what I'm saying? Whatever it is. For a devotee, death is the greatest boon. Because no matter how bad we are as a devotee, Prabhupada said the worst devotee is 10,000 times better than the best karmi. Can you name me some good karmis in this world? Really good karmis. Elon Musk, yeah, amazing karmi. Who else? LeBron James, amazing karmi. Who else? Joe Rogan, yeah. Yeah. You know, Biden, Trump, Bill Gates, you know, Mark Zuckerberg. These guys are amazing. And I'm not running them down because they are karmis. Heck, I think I'm a karmi, honestly speaking. You know what I'm saying? Karmis are not bad people. They're just not focused on Krishna, that's all. That's the only difference between a karmi and a devotee. One is focused on Krishna, the other one is not focused on Krishna.
Prabhuji, can you explain what a karmi is? I don't know if that's language that...
Yeah, karmi is one who does karma. One who does karma is called karmi. Now, who doesn't do karma? Everybody does karma, right? So we are karmis. But when we become focused on Krishna, we become devotee. You see what I'm saying? Prabhupada said the worst of the devotees is 10,000 times better than the best of the karmis. Heck, if you're 10,000 times better than Bill Gates, what does that mean? That means your next destination is an amazing destination, right? We're all in for an amazing surprise when we die. We'll be like, wow, I was thinking I didn't want to die. But man, I'm so lucky I died. Now I get to see all this. You see what I'm saying? So really, there's a saying in English, if it doesn't kill you, it makes you. And if it kills you for a devotee, it makes you better off. Way better off. 10,000 times better off. Now what's 10,000 times better than what you are right now? What's 10,000 times better? Let's just say everything becomes 10,000 times better, right? Which means, right now, how tall are you? Or 5'4", right? So that's 64 inches, right? Correct? 64 inches, all right? So imagine now, you're not 64 inches, but you are 640,000 inches tall. Heck, what does that mean? You'd be the owner of the world, I'll tell you. If you became 640,000 inches tall, everybody will come and bow at your feet and they'll say, you're God. Literally. You know, when President Trump became President of the United States of America, there's a guy who built a temple in India to President Trump, put the deity of Trump there and started worshipping. And others came and started worshipping too. They made Trump God. He became President of the United States of America. Must be God. See what I'm saying? So can you imagine? And whatever money you have in your bank, multiply that by 10,000 right now. You have 10,000 times more money than you have. Are you working now? You're working? You'd fire the boss, right? If you had 10,000 times the money you have right now, you'd fire the boss? I think so. Most of us would. Huh? If you have no money, you don't have to worry because you become 10,000 times better at everything, right? Means you become 10,000 times more handsome than you already are. Every girl will line up, right? They'll give you all their money. You won't have to have money. They'll give you their money. They'll throw it at you and say, take me, take me, take me. Right. You see what I'm saying? Understand what 10,000 times better is. And that's just here. If you go to the spiritual world, it's more than 10,000 times better. So really, we should all be looking forward to kicking the bucket. Maybe start practicing it now. Get a bucket and keep kicking it. And saying, this is what I'd like to do in my life. That's the goal of my life, to kick the bucket. Did you know Prabhupada defines Krishna consciousness like that too? He says, Krishna consciousness means that one always lives with Krishna on that spiritual planet, Golok Vrindavan, comma, and that one is simply waiting to give up this material body. How do you like that? That's the topmost definition of Krishna consciousness. It's the art of dying. It's not out of living, right? You want to know how to die. And the way to die is to chant, feast and dance 24 hours a day. That's the art of dying. Imagine you'd you're dancing and then you... Heck, I mean, what a glorious death, right? I mean, I pray that'll be my type of death. I mean, probably won't get it, but anyway, that's my desire. I'd like to die chanting, feasting and dancing. Just feasting, and then... What happened in Nityananda? I don't know what happened. He was eating some prasad and then... There was a devotee, a really nice devotee, forget his name now, I know his name but I can't, it's not my tongue right now. Gaur Govinda Maharaj, there you go. He was giving class, Bhagavatam class, sitting like this. Of course, he was sitting cross-legged on an asana like this, giving class in the middle of the class. Leaves his body. What a glorious death, right? Yes. Is yeah, whatever way Krishna takes you. There was another devotee, it was Janmashtami. You know what Janmashtami means? It means the day Krishna is born, the day Krishna appears. It's called the appearance day. It's a festival, it's the biggest festival we have. And so what we do is we bathe Krishna in the middle of the night. So have you ever been to Janmashtami in the middle of the night? Yeah? No? Okay. This year please do come. You'll see what happens. We have the small deities on the altar and we're bathing him in the middle of the night. Right? Like that. It's actually a little earlier in our case. But there they were doing it at the middle of the night. At midnight. They're bathing the deity. As he's bathing the deity, he's pouring the item of the deity, bomb goes off and he dies. Right there. As he's pouring the water on the deity, the bomb goes off and he dies. Somebody planted a bomb, blew up. Glorious death for him. It was like, wow, I'm serving Krishna and I'm dying while I'm serving Krishna. It doesn't matter you die with an accident or you die this way or that way, whichever way you die, Krishna will be there for you. He'll be there with you. He knows all you want is him, right? And he wants us too. More than we want him, he wants us. More than we want him. We think we want to be Krishna conscious? No, Krishna wants us to be Krishna conscious more than we want to be Krishna conscious. So Krishna is going to look for any excuse. That's why I said all you have to do is go in front of the deity once and say, the deity, I'm yours and you're mine. You're done. You're with Krishna now. Krishna will be with you. He'll stay with you. I mean, you've got to be genuine, of course. Don't just say that. So, nah, I'm going to say that and then I'm going to do anything I like. No, not like that. No, that's abomination. That's not honesty. That's dishonesty. And Krishna is also, if you want to cheat Krishna, Krishna is the biggest cheater. He really knows how to cheat people. So let's not try to cheat Krishna, like that. But who asked that question, by the way? You did. Is that okay? Is that okay? Is that the explanation?
Yes, I really appreciated your comment about attitude.
Yeah.
And then, watching you talk and explain it, you can see, you get an idea of your attitude and how wonderful it is about serving Krishna.
I'm a good actor. I'm a really good actor.
Well, I appreciate you getting up this morning and not
They're
listening
lucky
to your wife.
I don't act in Hollywood. I'll probably win the Best Actor award. Yeah, it's true that you have to try your best and keep going. No one ever becomes perfect in this world. No such thing. Prabhupada said it's actually false expectation. Perfection is a false expectation. There's no such thing. Perfection is only in the spiritual world. In the material world there is no perfection. But you do try to become more and more perfect. That tells me that's right. So try towards perfection. That we must do. All right? Thank you all very much. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Vanchakalpatarubhyaścha vasandubhyevacha patitanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namah. Jai Anantakoti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai.
His Grace Nityananda Prabhu ki jai.
Jai Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Oh, thank you for listening. I was entertaining myself.
so funny, because the guy's coming in, and all of a sudden his leg gets clomped and he can't stand up. And my leg couldn't go up. You're going to speak again about I got some specific questions about him. That's what every time he says they even took that vision. In the middle of the night, they were talking about it. Oh, yeah, I knew you were absolutely talking about it too. But I mean,
Krishna Kirtana Ganana Ganapatau Premamrita Vani
use the left hand, but it's just the practical. More? Basketball, so if you drink the whole bowl, you still do it.
I gotta say, I haven't been to that many temples, but Color Sunday is trying to read her. I mean, it's so good. Creamy, honey. Oh.
ready for your medicine? Are you ready to take your medicine?
Can you say the word? Translation.
This is not medicine, it's medicine. You make me laugh. You make me laugh. I'm going to spill this all over the place.
Drink it, really quick, really quick.
Gonna wash your hands. Gonna be. You got the water dripping on That's not easy. That's a little bit right here.
Haribol. There. You want to come and speak? No, no, that's fine. I mean, I'm thinking because there's nobody else here, but if you speak, that'll be good. No, you can do it too. It's just, these are, they call it the pearls of instruction. They sort of took some of the 25 top instructions of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur and made a list of them. So maybe you can just read it and give you a realization on them, something like that. Or speak about him however you want to do it. You want to do that? Sorry? Okay, okay. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I was hearing this morning in the book.
Yeah.
How, which you probably after things on how generally he was, translating.
Can you get a mic?
Editing commentary on the scriptures of 7.
Yeah. Amazing.
Like he was considered like an encyclopedia.
Yeah. Very. Yeah. Yeah. It's described that he would never prepare for class. He always speaks spontaneously, and somebody criticized him at one time why he would do that, because, for the example, for the others, and he gave the answer that I can only speak what Krishna inspires me to speak. And so, whatever Krishna inspires me, I speak. He says, I don't prepare, I'm not. He says, my qualification is that I'm unqualified. That was his, It's just amazing how so many things we can learn from him in terms of how to become a good devotee, really become a sincere devotee. Anyway, I'll read some of them, and Prabhuji, you got the mic? Yeah, just give it to Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. It's not loud enough.
Just turn it up a little, yeah. All right, so these are the pearls of instruction by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. And this morning, sorry? You want me to be louder as well? This seems to be, just get closer to the mic.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. A little bit louder. Hare Rama. Okay.
That's good?
Thank you.
Very good, very good. So there are 25 of them that sort of go through his life at different times that he said things that actually are very, very impactful in our lives. Jai Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur ki Jai. So the first one he says is that we are put to test and trial in this world. We are put to test and trial in this world. Only those who attend the kirtana of the devotees can succeed. Then the second one is, every spot on earth where discourses on God are held is a place of pilgrimage. And then the third one, I'm just going to go through this, and then at any time jump in and say whatever you'd like to say, Prabhuji. Number 3, he says, possession of objects not related to Krishna is our main malady. Then he says, let me not desire anything but the highest good for my worst enemies, or to speak of others. Number 5, as dalliance with the body in luxury increases, when the dalliance with the body in luxury increases, so wanes the spirit of service of the Lord. Number 6, those favored by God find their paths set by thorns. Number 7, there is no peace or happiness in our worldly life. Circumstances create turmoil and annoyance. Number 8, Chant the Maha Mantra loudly and with attachment. This will drive away inertia, worldly evils, and pests. Number 9. Be indifferent to bazaar gossip. Stick firmly to your cherished goals. No lack or impediments of the world will ever stand in your way.
The one before that one about how the holy name drives away.
Yes.
Can you read that one again?
I'll read. So he says, chant the Maha Mantra loudly and with attachment.
With detachment?
With attachment. 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 Be attached to the holy name. This will drive away inertia, worldly evils, and pests.
Pests.
Pests. Yeah.
That kind of charged me a little bit. I was like, because if we... those pests come in all different forms.
Yes.
People that, we don't need to associate with, or people that are, whatever. Those
Right.
kind of pests also.
Right.
The materialistic,
Yeah.
Gramyakata pests.
Right.
And the whole thing, right?
Health pests, right? Even health, pests you. Yeah. So then the next one, he says, this is really good because, sometimes we think that we cannot do things, something's in the way, something's stopping us, something's blocking us. So he gives the answer to that. He said, first, be indifferent to bazaar gossip. Stick firmly to your cherished goals. No lack or impediments of the world will ever stand in your way. Then he says, pay due respects to the extroverts of the world, but do not be appreciative of their manners and conduct. They are to be shaken off from your mind. Number 11. A devotee feels the presence of God everywhere, but one averse to the Lord denies His existence anywhere. But one who is averse to the Lord denies the Lord's existence anywhere. I remember when we early days, people used to say, why you have to go to the temple, right? God is everywhere. Why go to the temple?
Yeah, but do you see God everywhere?
Yeah,
You make that argument, but do you really think you're looking for God everywhere?
Yeah. And one thing Prabhupada also said, Prabhupada, one of these answers, he gave a number of answers, but one of the answers was, so he's in the temple too. What's wrong going to the temple, right? He's at the temple, why not go and visit him at the temple? And then he says, you cannot appreciate transcendental matters with the reasoning of this world. It is sheer nonsense to decry them with the measuring stick of your intellect. Number 13. To recite the name of Sri Krishna is bhakti. That is bhakti. Number 14. Life is for the glorification of topics on Hari. If that is stopped, then what is the need there to carry on life? Number 15. Physical illness with Hari Bhajan is preferred to physical fitness without Hari Bhajan. That's pretty good. Number 16. Our span of life on this earth is short. Our life will be crowned with success if the body wears out with the constant discourses on Hari. So wear the body out with Krishna Katha. Number 17. We are here on earth not to work as artisans for making big buildings with wood and stone, but to work only as messengers for the teachings of Sri Chaitanya Deva. Oh, sweet. Number 18. A sycophant is neither a guru or a preacher. Preacher, yeah. The next one, he says, number 19. To transform the adverse desires of the jivas is the supreme duty of the most merciful, the adverse desires. To transform those adverse desires is the supreme duty of the most merciful. To rescue one person from the stronghold of Mahamaya is an act of superb benevolence, far superior to opening innumerable hospitals. So even with unlimited number of hospitals, just one person, if we can actually somehow deliver them from the stronghold of Maya, rescue them from that, that's much better. Number 20. Unless we are devoted to God, secularism shall not leave us.
Say that again?
Unless we are devoted to God, secularism shall not leave us. So we'll always be secular unless we're devoted to God. Number 21. Look within. Amend yourself rather than pry into the frailties of others. Number 22. In this world of Maya, averse to the Lord, full of trials and tribulations, only patience, humility, and respect for others are our friends for Hari Bhajan. Patience, humility, and respect for others are our only friends for Hari Bhajan, for chanting Hare Krishna. Number 23. The Lord Gaurasundara puts his devotees into various difficulties and associations to test their patience and strength of mind. Success depends on their good fortune. Number 24. When faults in others misguide and delude you, have patience, introspect, find faults in yourself. Know that others cannot harm you unless you harm yourself. And then number 25. I wish that every selfless, tender-hearted person of the Gaudiya Math will be prepared to shed 200 gallons of blood for the nourishment of the spiritual corpus of every individual of this world. Every individual. That's amazing. And then in that, he also gives the final instructions. There are 3 final instructions that Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur gave. And the 3 final instructions were, number 1, do not try to be a hero. Simply try to be a speck in the hands of the spiritual master. Number 2, always take shelter of Harinam and Harikatha. And number 3, beware of disunity. Hare Krishna.
So Prabhupada said, your love for me will be shown by how you
Cooperate, yeah. Same stead, yeah. Because right now there's a lot of controversy going on inside ISKCON on various issues. And we should understand that there is really, all of them are citing scripture, they're citing Prabhupada's statements verbatim. So there are good points on both sides, that are being made. So we should not feel like, okay, I can't work with the other crowd, okay, for those of you who feel like this, out of my life, we're not going to deal with you guys anymore. We're going to make, like one of the proposals is let's have 2 ISKCONs, ISKCON East and ISKCON West. So the ISKCON West people are arguing, but then it says Paschyata Desha, right? So what are you going to chant in your mantra? you're going to remove Paschatya Desha, like that. And what is East and West? It's not location, right? So anyway, but the thing is that from our side, as we are, going through this, it's important to remember that every devotee is beloved to Krishna. And we are going to have differences of opinion. Even in the past, if you look at the acharyas, when the question arose, where did the soul emanate from? Where did it come from? Where did we come from? There are acharyas who say one thing, there are acharyas who say another thing that are very different. And so finally, who do we accept as the acharya? And for us, it is very clear that our acharya is Srila Prabhupada. That we have to accept what Srila Prabhupada said. And yes, there's going to be disagreements, because sometimes Prabhupada said two different things as well. And therefore, Prabhupada created a body of devotees, that a body of devotees would finally decide. And I think if we follow that system, things will work out. Ultimately, if you look at the three final instructions of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, the first being, do not try to be a hero. How is that going to be affected by disagreement between parties, right? How is it going to stop you from being a speck in the hands of the spiritual master? It's not going to stop that. Prabhupada's first instruction he got from his spiritual master was nothing stops Krishna consciousness, because he felt that, we had to get the British out of India so that it'll be easier to spread Krishna consciousness in India. And Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur said, no, nothing stops Krishna consciousness. You don't have to wait for the British to leave India. Preach now. Second one says, always take shelter of Harinam and Harikatha. I suspect this is the main problem we're all having. Whether we really have taken shelter of the holy name and Harikatha. To the extent that we have, differences between devotees will not stop us from being Krishna conscious. And finally it says, beware of disunity. So it says it right there. Don't do that. Don't add fuel to the fire of disunity. Understand there will be diversity, and we have to find unity in that diversity, like that. So anyway, we're very fortunate that today is Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's appearance. And as I was saying this morning, one of his most amazing contributions was changing the system of initiation from Siddha Pranali to Harinama. Because otherwise, I can say I would definitely not be in this movement. There'd be no chance that many people would be in this movement had it been the older system. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur realized that to make it available to everybody, to make it available to more people, the system had to be changed to Harinam Diksha. And fortunately, we were given the holy name to chant, and by the chanting process and the association of devotees who are also in the chanting process, we can make rapid advancement. Actually, we can make a lot of advancement. Hare Krishna. So I'm going to stop here. We're going to.
I need to say some more things.
Yeah, please. That's what I wanted to say. At 11:45, we're going to start with the offering. So we really got 25 minutes. So we got a lot of time. So please do speak. Yes, thank you, Prabhu.
I wasn't here this morning for class, so I didn't hear what you said. But just historically speaking, Lord Chaitanya's movement and his teachings had become lost, basically. Through time, through a few hundred years, things had become somehow or other covered over. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur, the father of Bhaktisiddhanta, he began to revitalize the teachings of Lord Chaitanya. And through his writings and through his speaking, and he was a very prominent government person, very powerful, had so many different wonderful opportunities because of that, being such a powerful government position person. But as Nandini mentioned earlier, he was actually trying as hard as he could, and he realized that he needed more help. So he prayed to Lord Jagannath. At that time, he was staying in Jagannath Puri, and he was actually in charge of the Jagannath temple. So who can imagine what kind of responsibility that is? It's like the whole city rotates around that temple. And so he prayed for the Lord to send help. So then one of his sons, of course, he named him Bimala Prasad. He appeared there in Puri, and was born there, and just a few months later, 6 months later, something was the Rath Yatra, the big Rath Yatra, and because his house, Bhakti Vinod Thakur's house, was right on the road where the carts passed by to go to the Gundicha temple, the carts stopped there at his house, and his wife, the wife took the little baby up on climbed up on the cart and placed little Bimala Prasad in front of Lord Jagannath, and everybody knows how big Lord Jagannath is. He's huge, right? He's really big. So, and he had many garlands, and one of those garlands fell off around the baby. Right. So it was like he was, confirmed, or so enlivening for Bhaktivinoda Thakur to know that here was the person who the Lord had sent. Right. And so, of course, then he trained him and he gave him initiation in Harinam. But there was so much difficulty because there are so many groups of different, we call Appa Sampradaya. Appa means like useless, of persons who were like pretending to be gopis and wearing saris and doing kirtan and all these different varieties of groups who were not following the proper precepts of Lord Chaitanya. So Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati was known as the Lion Guru later on. And it started off with his Bhaktivinoda Thakur, of course, engaged him in helping him write. And at one point there was some engagement that Bhaktivinoda Thakur couldn't go to because he was ill. And I think Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati was 19 maybe at the time, something like that. And he told his father that he would go. There was a debate, a famous debate about who was superior, Brahmanas or Vaishnavas. Because the caste Brahmanas, the ones who primarily espouse their own authority based on them being born in a family of Brahmins, versus those who are devotees of the Lord. So Bhaktisiddhanta gave a wonderful presentation just glorifying the Brahmanas. He really glorified the Brahmanas as persons who were learned in the Vedas and who were Brahman realized. Of course, I'm sure a lot of those Brahmins aren't Brahman realized, the caste Brahmins. But anyway, they became very happy. The Brahmanas became very happy with him glorifying the Brahmanas. And then he began to describe how the Vaishnavas, because the Brahmanas are considered to be the highest because they're in the mode of goodness, whereas the rest of society is differently absorbed in different modes of nature. So the Brahmanas are considered the gurus of society in this sense because they're in the mode of goodness. So then he started to describe how the Vaishnavas, on the other hand, are above the mode of goodness because they're in direct Vishuddha Sattva, or the Vaikuntha, the spirit. They're in the spiritual world because they're directly absorbed in the pure devotional service of the Lord. So he was able to establish in a very wonderful, complete way the very wonderful platform of Brahminical life, and then describing the Vaikuntha position of the devotees. So he began to attend more and more of these different kinds of debates. And as he became more prominent, everybody was afraid of him, all these different groups that were deviants, because he would sometimes even grab them on the street and shake them. Why are you doing like this, you know? He would argue, you know, he would very strongly argue with them. So at these engagements, they started to make conditions on, okay, if you're going to come, you can't speak from Bhagavad Gita, you can't speak from Srimad Bhagavatam, you can't speak from this. They're trying to discourage him from coming. And he's like, no problem. I can just speak. I don't need to speak from those. And he would come in, and then he would, whatever the subject was, he would establish the pure understanding of. So in his prayers, do you have a songbook?
I don't have it here.
In his prayer, in the prayers, there's pranam mantras. There's a description of him as being the follower of Rupa Goswami,
yes.
Rupa Raghunath. So he was famous as not allowing the false conclusions of the different upasampradayas to stand in front of the actual Siddhanta of Rupa Goswami and Rupa Raghunath. He was so powerful, but it was because things had come to such a terrible position, right? So he had to fight in order to bring the conclusion of Lord Chaitanya. So here we are. It's easy for us, because Prabhupada came and he established Krishna consciousness all over the world and translated his books. There wasn't even a copy of the Chaitanya Charitamrita available in Bengal. There were none. Bhakti Vinod Thakur searched everywhere in Bengal where Lord Chaitanya appeared, and there were no copies of Chaitanya Charitamrita available until he found one in Orissa. So look what we have, all these different wonderful books, Prabhupada, the Chaitanya Charitamrita, the Chaitanya Bhagavat. But we aren't so aware of the history of how Bhaktivinoda Thakur and Bhaktisiddhanta had actually reestablished Krishna consciousness, and how Prabhupada came, and that Prabhupada was so powerful. People would complain sometimes about Prabhupada being too critical of other groups or whatever, but he was following in the footsteps of Bhaktisiddhanta, trying to help people understand the actual perfection of all this information, which is to engage in the pure devotional service of the Lord, and what that process was. I don't want to talk too much longer, but I just wanted to give that little historical perspective, because we're talking about our own problems that we have in ISKCON, but actually we don't have so many problems, comparatively speaking, to what they were having to overcome. And I think he established, 64 temples in India? Yes. And had how many disciples? 50,000?
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that? He had a lot of disciples. So he did so much. You could imagine doing that much preaching, right? All over everywhere, all over India. And because of his capacity as being the supreme intellectual, he was able to, capture the minds of some of the prominent, spiritual British people, and have programs and preach to them also. So he, anyway, I just want to say a few things, because I spent hours yesterday hearing about a lot of his life and different things, at least portions of it, and he was, his father suggested to him he wanted to take Diksha, so his father suggested that he take initiation from Gorkashore Das Babaji Maharaj. But Gorkashore Das Babaji Maharaj he didn't have any disciples, and he didn't want to have any disciples. So Bhaktisiddhanta would do certain secretive services, like cleaning his latrine and humble services for him, and trying to do some service to attract the mercy of Gorkashore Das Babaji Maharaj. But Babaji Maharaj did not want to give initiation. Right. So Bhaktisiddhanta finally said, well, I'm going to give up my life. And I think they met on a bridge. Yeah. He timed it to where they were crossing a bridge, and Bhaktisiddhanta was there, and he told Gorkashore, if you don't give me initiation, if you don't give your mercy like that, I'm just going to jump off the bridge and end my life. Yeah. So he relented and he gave him initiation. Huh? Oh. Yes, he quoted the verse from Bhaktivinoda Thakur that if you're not merciful to me now, then I'll give up my life. So he was really eager.
Please.
Actually, Srila Bhaktivinoda was in the mood of Srila Advaita Acharya, because Srila Advaita Acharya, when he called, because he could see that people were so fallen, he called down the Lord himself. But Srila Bhaktivinoda, he knew that it was not time for Krishna to actually come. So he prayed to Krishna, I know it's not your time to come again until in the Kali Yuga. So can you please send me a ray of Vishnu? Mm. And so after praying and praying, he, of course, he had Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, which he was named Bimala Prasad. And Bimala Prasad actually means the internal mercy of Lord Jagannath. And so he got that name, and it said, as Mother Nandini was saying, at the age of 7, he actually memorized the whole Bhagavad Gita. And he could also not just memorize it, he could explain all the purports expertly, And it said that he had such a photographic memory that even at the end of his life, he could quote any passage from any book or anything he had ever read. That's how amazing his intelligence was. And I think what Chaitanya talked about his getting initiated. He also took a vow that he was going to chant 3 lakhs rounds a day, which I think a lakh. Prepare for his preaching, right? 1 billion names, yeah. So 64, let's see. 192. A lakh is 64 rounds, right?
Yeah. So 192 rounds.
192 rounds a day.
A day.
So, we chant 16, and it takes takes us 2 or 3 hours. So you can imagine. Yeah. So he did that, and he said it took, I think it said it's something around 9 years to do that, He would sit in like a little hut, and even if it started raining, he would just put his umbrella up and just keep chanting, That's how amazing he was. I think Chaitanya told about the meeting where he was not allowed to, they finally X'd him out, because he kept saying, well, you can't speak from this. And he said, okay. Well, you can't speak from this. And he said, okay. So and then it says that really, I was trying to think of maybe some of the other pastimes. I'm not sure the Bhaktisiddhanta. Oh, I'm sorry. So when he was in school, it said he would never really read the assignment that he was supposed to be reading. He was always really reading his father's teachings or whatever. But whenever he was asked a question, immediately he would answer it. He knew the answer, and he was just so expert at everything he did, and such an amazing memory. And it said at the time, actually he was 62 years old, I think, when he became ill. And it said, I think at that time he became ill, and I think he passed away on December the 31st at 12 o'clock. He actually left his body. And I think his samadhi now is in Mayapur, but his Pushpa samadhi is in Radhakund, right?
Yeah.
And it said that he's actually in Goloka Vrindavan. He's Nayanamani. I think is the gopi's name that he was. So it said that he wrote so many books, so many essays, opened up so many Gaudiya Maths, so many temples, and so many printing presses and everything. But it said his greatest contribution to this world was our dear Srila Prabhupada. That was his greatest contribution, that he having Srila Prabhupada as a disciple, and Prabhupada, we know, actually accomplished Lord Chaitanya's mission by spreading this movement all over the world. That was Srila Bhaktisiddhanta's actually greatest contribution to this world. So, anyone else have anything they'd like to speak? Nandini?
Does this work? Hare Krishna.
Yeah, please.
Jai. So thank you all for Chaitanya and everyone for sharing these beautiful pastimes of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj. And one thing I just wanted to say is that in those days, in the 1900s and in those days, the temples were very remote and very simple. And he broke the mold and built beautiful marble temples for the glorification of the Lord. And when people would come, they would be amazed. They would have never seen anything like Kalachanji Dham. They'd never seen anything like this. So he would meet with scholars, British, ambassadors, and he would dress with a cap and a suit. As we all know, he drove, this was in the 20s, in an automobile into Vrindavan and in different places because he wanted to get there as quick as possible to be able to preach and speak about the glories of the Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So the idea in the homes, people have an apple. They have, but why not have a bushel of apples to give to the Lord? You have something small, the Lord should have the most. And so that was his whole mood, that the Lord should have the most of everything. So, like that. And I know when he went to take Diksha from Gorkashore Das Babaji Maharaj, who was illiterate, sometimes it said he would wear clothes, sometimes he wouldn't. He was completely, in Goloka Vrindavan. He was, when he went to him, from what I understand, Gorkashore Das Babaji said, I'm going to, ask the Lord. I'm going to speak and see what is revealed. And you come back in a week's time. And Bhaktisiddhanta said yes. He came back and he said, I forgot to talk to the Lord. Come back again. He came back again. And when he said that again, that's when he said, no, if I have this intelligence, I have this ability, I will give it all up if it means that you will not accept me. And if by not renouncing all this intelligence and ability that God has blessed me with, it will help you to take me as your disciple, then I will keep it. So this dialogue was going on, and ultimately, yes, like as it was said, he said, I'll commit suicide. I'll throw off if you don't accept me, which ultimately he did. So, yeah, he was a spiritual revolutionary in the time, because everything, just like Chaitanya said, had become so degraded. He had to fight the big fight to establish Lord Chaitanya. And one thing he said in passing in his last things were that you should take shelter of, Rupa Raghunath, Rupa Goswami. That was his final, I think the final thing before he left his body. So Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Maharaj ki jai.
In one of his remembrances on Mula Prakriti, describes one of the Prabhupada's godbrothers, I forget his name, but they were there at a lecture that Bhaktisiddhanta was giving. Srila Prabhupada was there in the audience, and Srila Bhaktisiddhanta had given a talk, and then at the end he was saying how he has such a strong desire that the teachings of Mahaprabhu go to the West, and the other disciples had gone, 3 other disciples had gone and come back from London. I think they brought back with them a couple devotees also that they had made there. And but Bhaktisiddhanta was still had a very strong desire that somebody would go to the West. And then he was looking across the crowd, and then he stopped and looked like he was looking at this other disciple, but the other disciple knew he wasn't looking at him, so he turned around, and Prabhupada was sitting right behind him, to his side a little bit. And Bhaktisiddhanta was there saying, but I'm not worried because I know that somebody in the future, in the near future, is going to go, and somebody's going to take Krishna consciousness and spread it all over the world. So he kind of gave a little prediction there and was looking at our Prabhupada while he gave that prediction. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur had written the life and precepts of Lord Chaitanya and had distributed those books in Canada and London and different places, some of those books. So he preached to Bhaktisiddhanta that we have to bring Krishna to the West. And then after he passed away, Bhaktivinoda Thakur's his wife also preached to Bhaktisiddhanta on her deathbed that you must remember this instruction of your father that, to bring Krishna to the West. So he was the powerful catalyst of inspiring Srila Prabhupada to come to the West.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's other unbona fide versions of people trying to take credit for Prabhupada coming to the West instead of understanding Bhaktisiddhanta's repeated request. And he told Prabhupada, if you ever get any money, print books. So that was Srila Prabhupada's big mission, was to follow Bhaktisiddhanta's instruction and print and distribute all these books. So that's why we today are so still focused on, even though we're focusing on trying to cultivate the people in our communities, but we're still focused on trying to distribute Srila Prabhupada's books because they have the answers and they have so many things in them to guide society. Prabhupada said they'd be like the law books for the next 10,000 years. But there is guidance there for the leaders of society in these books, and for the leaders, us, and if you read the books, then you'll see that Prabhupada in the purports is giving the solutions to the world's problems very clearly when you read Prabhupada's books and the purports. There's so much guidance there. So we have to read these books and understand these books and distribute these books and try and help get these books to the leaders of society also, to give them a chance to understand that there's a higher goal. Bhaktisiddhanta was trying to preach to certain leaders, and Prabhupada also met with so many leading type of people. So I want to throw that in.
We actually are a movement of revolutionaries. I mean, if you look at what Lord Gauranga did, he was a revolutionary, right? I mean, brought the holy name out to the streets and, created a revolution And then with Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he was a revolutionary because prior to that, acharyas were not people who participated with government, you know. They're like anti-government. If the government does one, the acharyas would preach against. And he himself joined the ranks of the government and created a revolution of harmonizing Krishna consciousness with the East and the West both. Completely harmonized with the British or the West in India. And then Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur came and he revolutionized it even further by saying very clearly that Kurukshetra was more important than Vrindavan. Because Kurukshetra is where we do our bhajan. And bhajan is more important than retiring and becoming a Brajabasi like that. That the true spirit is the spirit of preaching. And then Prabhupada revolutionized it further by making the West his headquarters. He brought Krishna consciousness to the West, and from the West, Krishna consciousness went all over the world. It could have happened from India. I mean, prior to that, all the great devotees that we know of were from India. But they couldn't preach around the world as the American devotees did. You know, and that was Prabhupada's revolution, if you think about it. That's a real revolution. And even today, we hear arguments in India, that was a mistake. Should never have gone to the West. You know what I mean? Now you got these people involved, and they're going to change Krishna consciousness this way, that way, which Prabhupada himself did, giving initiation to women. So many things, right, Prabhupada did, was unheard of in the culture, not unheard of in our sampradaya, but unheard of in the culture of India. You don't go outside India, you don't go cross the ocean and preach, you know. And Prabhupada expected that we would continue that revolution. And I think that revolutionary spirit is coming back again. I think it's coming back again. I see that the devotees have realized that it is time for us not to just, you know, sit on our laurels and think, okay, I'm just chanting Hare Krishna, it's good enough. It's not good enough. The world is suffering out there and they badly need Krishna consciousness. And it is now, like you were saying, you know, it's our job to go and let the leaders know that this is the only solution you have. You know, I really loved it when you all went to Fiji and, you know, you met the leaders there of the country, right? And convinced them that this was the process, you know. And we have to do that everywhere. Shivaram Maharaj actually is speaking to the members of the US Congress, telling them, please, you've tried everything. What more are you going to do that's going to be different from what you've done in the past? It's going to be the same old in a new jacket, you know? It's the same old person in a new jacket, right? That's all you're doing. You're dressing up. But you're not finding the solution. The solution is in Krishna consciousness. And particularly after Srila Prabhupada, nobody should feel like my culture will not be accepted in Krishna consciousness, right? We have devotees from every culture. I mean, who would have expected the Chinese will adopt Krishna consciousness the way they have, you know? They become some of the best devotees in the world. China is the only country in the world that has the Srimad Bhagavatam as an official document of the government. Official document. India does not have the Bhagavad Gita as the official document of India. And China has adopted our Srimad Bhagavatam as the official document of the Communist government of China. This is the revolution of Prabhupada. This is because Prabhupada actually asked the devotees to go to China and preach to them. He said, when the Chinese become devotees, he says, then the world will become devotees. Because that's the most difficult group to reach out to. They're going to be the most difficult. They have a very strong culture. The Chinese are a very powerful culture. They don't change. It's their way. Whichever country they go in, you notice Chinese behave like Chinese. Indians will change. Indians will adopt Western methods and Westernize, you know. Chinese, no. They'll keep their culture wherever they are. You know, they'll eat with chopsticks. They won't use forks and knives. Indians will stop using their hands, start using forks and knives. So this is, you know, we are a revolutionary movement. I think it's important for us to continue the revolution. We must continue the revolution. At the same time, the temples are there so that, you know, people can come, visit the temple. But our main work is not in the temple. Our main work is outside the temple, really. And I see now devotees, in North America we're seeing devotees are doing that now. They're going out, setting up temples, setting up new programs, and it's really creating a revolution. I can see in 5 or 10 years America reviving again and becoming like, you know, the vibrant North America that it was at one time. You want to say something?
Couple things. I was remembering some of your instructions, some of the instructions that Bhaktisiddhanta gave about self, trying to purify oneself. That sometimes there's arguments that our Srila Prabhupada didn't give some of the highest Rasika teachings. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur was so against that that he forbade his disciples from reading several different books that were too advanced.
Right.
So we have access to a lot of advanced literature right now. It's easy to get. But please don't be bewildered and think that just because you read or heard something that you all of a sudden have that qualification.
Right.
Prabhupada was very clear, and Bhaktisiddhanta was very clear that we have to first purify our hearts of all of our anarthas in order to come to the basic level of devotional service. So he wanted the devotees to stay and understand the basic teachings and not get into the different discussions of the Rasa Leela, this and that. So Prabhupada, his revolution also includes that.
Yes.
Includes sobriety.
Yes.
And trying to help us understand where we're at.
Right.
Versus pretending to be something we're not.
Right. The world has no sobriety. To give sobriety to a world that has no sobriety is revolution. It's the hardest thing to do, actually, to make the world sober. So yeah, you're right, absolutely. Yeah, very nice.
I wanted to thank the Gopi Gita and the teachers of the school and for doing such a great job all the time and helping bring up the children so they can have a nice understanding of Krishna consciousness and leadership spiritually, because even though we don't realize the leadership in a big way, we can see that all the devotees who are brought up in the Gurukulas, how they actually have such a nice spiritual foundation that they're able to give great influence to society. So the more that these children get raised in Krishna consciousness versus public schools, the more they're going to have influence on the rest of society down the road. And we don't know what Krishna's got planned for these guys.
Yeah.
Because they're learning about Krishna from such a young age. We should very much support this situation and not think that Krishna hasn't chosen these particular ones to help spread Krishna consciousness. Sometimes we lose faith and think that, you know, they don't have a good enough education or may not get a good enough job or this or that. But Krishna's taking care. Look, Kalachandji's here now, blessing everybody with his transcendental mercy. And that's what Bhaktisiddhanta wanted from society, that he wanted the people to get educated also and become Krishna conscious. He was so educated himself. Of course, he was so brilliant, he surpassed all that. And anyway, I just wanted to say something.
No, absolutely.
See if Gopi wanted to say anything about Bhaktisiddhanta. You want to say something?
The students, they all studied in the lower elementary and the middle school, upper elementary. They studied his instructions today, both in the Spiritual Friday program and in their language arts.
Nice.
I'm actually requesting, do any of you want to speak about an instruction that you read that was very powerful and your thoughts on it? They just shared some very powerful thoughts, so we're all pretty fired up as well in the classroom. I could call on one of you. Go ahead, Gorangi. Try and say it from memory unless you have the book. All right, so she's going to read one of the instructions, and the rest of you start thinking about something from memory, all right? You can read the instruction from the book, yes.
Let hundreds of dangers, insults, or persecutions come, but in spite of them, do not give up your worship of Krishna. I like this because no matter what happens to you in this world, you should serve Krishna.
Nice.
Please always chant the name of the Lord, being humbler than a blade of grass and more tolerant than a tree. Give all respect to others and demand none for yourself. Make the worship of the holy name the most important aspect of your devotional life. I like this one because I need to work on this one the most.
Oh, well. I think that's true for everybody.
The one I liked was 14, which is, the holy name is more compassionate than the Lord of the name himself. If one takes shelter of the name, then it unravels all the philosophical complexities. And I liked that one because you can't really unlock the prem of the spiritual world if you don't fully understand the mercy and the love that Lord Krishna has, and how his holy name is exactly how he actually is. And once you understand that, then you can fully understand the scriptures and everything else that bothers you and stuff.
Wonderful, wonderful. Try and speak loudly, okay? Just be a little...
Preaching the message of Sri Rupa and Raghunath fearlessly and with great enthusiasm. Through this preaching, you will attain all perfection. I like this verse because, what was it? Oh yeah, because Rupa and Raghunath Das Goswami, they were fearless and preaching the message of Sri Krishna and Radharani. And they were very enthusiastic, and in that same way we can also preach with enthusiasm and fearlessly, so more people can get devotional service to Lord Krishna.
Nice, good, very good.
Okay, and we'll do one last one.
My favorite was let hundreds of dangers, insults, or persecutions come, but in spite of them, do not give up your worship of Krishna. This is my favorite one because it tells me how Krishna will always protect his devotees, even in any calamity or anything, and so you should keep trying to serve Krishna.
Thank you so much.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. That's the best thing anybody can say. Thank you very much. You want to say something, Gopi, yourself? No?
I'm okay.
You okay?
Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur went through great pains to establish Krishna consciousness in the Western society. And any of us who have children or who have families or the responsibility of children, he wants us to take Srila Prabhupada's wish of Paschatya Deshatarine extremely seriously. And I feel very strongly that the children who are both Vedic culture, Bhakti culture, and born and raised in America are the ones who are going to very powerfully spread Krishna consciousness because they can understand all sides. And so that's what my realization this morning was.
Thank you very much. It's actually a very important point. There's a revolution going out there, and that there's a renaissance happening, That renaissance is going to change things where people actually are going to talk about transcendental subject matters and spiritual subject matters a lot more than they have in the past. And our children will be the best placed to actually assimilate into society in a way that society will have a much better future with Krishna consciousness and even normal living. It's going to become a lot better. We're seeing this sign right all over. Wherever the top businesses are happening, they're talking about these topics. They don't quite understand them because not enough Krishna devotees are going out and meeting people. But if we will meet the leaders, they're ready to accept what we have to offer. And what we have to offer is the best. Sri Krishna himself, Gauranga Mahaprabhu himself. So thank you that we bring this into our children at this young age. Such bright-faced, wonderful children.
Is there anybody from Krishna House that would like to say something? We have a newly established, wonderful new Bhakti program there. Anybody from Krishna House want to say something about Bhaktisiddhanta? You guys, did you hear anything about Bhaktisiddhanta that you want to repeat? No?
There's sure? one right next to you, actually. Huh? There's one right next to you. Krishna House.
Hare Krishna. You'll touch this one, huh? Well, my appreciation for Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur is the fact that he was willing to, fight all of these different, pre-established organizations and institutions just for the sake of distributing love for Krishna. So he was willing to, face harsh criticism and, even despicable things, from some of his, spiritual family. So, anyways, I think that it's inspiring for us because we have so many facilities now, especially in ISKCON, and we have to do is just push ourselves to bring this to other people. There's not really much that we have to face. We have it pretty easy. So.
Thank you very much. So now we're going to be doing a Pushpanjali to Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and after that we're doing Guru Puja, and now we'll serve the feast out to everybody. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur ki jai. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur Avirbhav Mahatithi ki jai. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's Appearance Day Festival ki jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. Yes, please.
So to all the devotees, the little children will stand in the front for the Pushpanjali, and then behind them the bigger children. So students, if you have backpacks, you can keep them on the wall there. And the youngest, Mother Sandra Salat, Mother Radheshwari Thakur will stand first, and they'll stand the closest.
Okay, if the children can come in closer, come in a little closer, so that others can come in closer as well. That way, when we throwing the flower petals, when you're offering the flower petals, try and see if the flower petals can come on Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, okay? The other thing is, we're going to be throwing the flower petals 9 times, okay? 9 times. Don't throw all your flower petals at once. We're going to do it 9 times. So make sure you do 1 petal at a time, okay? Otherwise, you'll run out of petals. Please come in closer as much as you can. There should be another tray at the back. There's another person carrying another tray at the back as well.
I just want to say how you fulfill the role so well. I feel like you're my dad too.
Okay, are we ready? Get started now? Okay, so everybody please repeat after me. Om Jnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Jaina Bhutale Swayam Rupaha Kadamahya Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guruho Shri Juta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sargajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pesthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisheshishunyavadi Paschat Deshatarine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pesthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Namine Shivarshabhanavi Devi Daitai Kripabdhaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Daine Prabhave Namaha Madhurya Jwala Premadhya Shri Rupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Shri Murte Dinatarine Rupanuga Viruddhapa Siddhanta Dhvantaharine Namo Gaura Kishoraya Sakshad Vairagya Murte Vipralambara Sambhode Padambujayate Namaha. Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Satchitanandanamine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanugavarayate Gauravirbhava Bhumestvam Nirdeshta Sajjana Priyaha Vaishnava Sarvabhaumaha Shri Jagannathayate Namaha Vanchakalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhya Vaishnavebhya Namo Namaha Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namine Gauratvishe Namaha Panchatattvatvakam Krishna Bhakta Rupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam. Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Deenabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostate Jayatam Surato Pangor Mama Mandamater Gati Matsarvasva Padam Bhojo Radha Madana Mohano Divyad Brindaranya Kalpadrumadaha Srimad Ratnagara Singhasanasto Srimad Radha Srila Govinda Devo Prishtali Bihi Sevyamana Smarami Shriman Rasa Rasarambhi Bamshi Bata Tatastitaha Karshan Venusmaner Gopir Gopinath Shriyestunaha Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusate Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Brinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. So now we're going to chant Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's Pranam Mantra, just the first line, the first verse. And then after each verse we're going to offer flower petals 3 times, and we're going to repeat that 3 times. So the flower petals will be offered 9 times, okay? And so when I say Esha Pushpanjali, you offer the flower petal and say Esha Pushpanjali at that time. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Tinamine Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali Jai Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Peshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Tinamine Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali Jai Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur Prabhupada Ki Jai. No, I got it. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Peshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Tinamine Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali Jai Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur Srila Prabhupada Ki Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur's Avirbhav Mahatithi Ki Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur's Appearance Day Festival Ki Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahansa Parivrajagacharya Stotra Sata Shri Shrimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur Prabhupada Ki Nitai Gaur Premanande Haribo. Okay, so now we'll do the Guru Puja. So if all of you can move back now, so that who's going to lead the kirtan?
Chaitanya here?
Yes, he should be here. Who are you going to lead? Oh, Chaitanya. Lead.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shri Mate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namane Namah Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadhi Paschata Deshatadine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Iti Namane Vishnu Padaya Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Tinam Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Bandhamue Savadhana Mate Bandhamue Savadhana Jahara Prasade Bhai Bhavatoriya Jahara Prasade Bhai He Bhavatoriya Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Ana Kori Homane Asha Kori Homane Asha Sri Guru Charane Rati Se Jutama Gati Jai Prashade Pure Sarva Asha Jai Prashade Pure Sarva Shakudan Dilode Jamne Jamne Prabhu se Shakudan Dilode Jamne Jamne Prabhu se Divya Gyan Hriday Prakashito Gyan Hriday Prakashito Sita Prema Bhakti Aha Hoite Avidya Vinasha Jate Prema Bhakti Aha Hoite Avidya Vinasha Jate Vede Gaya Haracharita Vede Gaya Haracharita Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janada Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janada Bandhu Lokinath Lokira Divana Lokinath Lokira Divana Aha Prabhu Kora Doya De Hamare Pada Jaya Ha ha Prabhu Kora Doya De Hamare Pada Jaya Ebe Yasgu Sukti Bhuvana Ebe Yasgu Sukti Bhuvana Ha ha Prabhu Gora Doya De Hamare Pada Jaya Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Jai Prabhupada 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 Jai Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada, Bhakti Siddhanta Srila Prabhupada. Jai Bhakti Siddhanta Srila Prabhupada, Bhakti Siddhanta Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Manda Shri Krishna Gaur Hari Haribo, Haribo. Hari Haraya Namah Krishna Yadavaya Namaha. Hari Haraya Namah Krishna Yadavaya Namaha. Jadhavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha. Jadhavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha. Hey Gopal Govinda Ram Shri Madhusudan Gopal Govinda Ram Shri Madhusudana. Giridhare Gopinath Madana Mohan. Giridhare Gopinath Madana Mohan. Shri Shri Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Sita Shri Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Sita Hare Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita Hare Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita Hare Haraya Namah Krishna Yadavaya Namaha Hare Haraya Namah Krishna Yadavaya Namaha Hayadhavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha Yadhavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Haribo, Haribo.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Hare Bo, Nitai Gaur. Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajagacharya Astottara Sutta Shri Srimad His Divine Lady A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki ISKCON Vividi Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajagacharya Astottara Sutta Shri Srimad Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. The Holy Appearance Day of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada Ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajagacharya Stottara Sutta Shri Srimad Srila Gaurkishore Das Babaji Maharaj Ki. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajagacharya Stottara Sutta Shri Srimad Srila Sachidananda Thakur Bhakti Vinod Ki. Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj Ki. Shri Rup Sri Sanatan Bhatta Ragana Shri Jiva Gopal Bhatta Das Ragana Sadgur Sai Prabhu Ki. Prem Sakaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Shri Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Shri Sri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shyama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Shri Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki Jai. Shri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai. Ganga Mai Ki Jai. Shri Jamuna Mai Ki Jai. Tulsi Devi Ki Jai. Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Shri Harinam Sankirtan Ki. Brihat Muraranga Transcendental Book Distribution Ki. Sri Gaur Nitai Ki. Sri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani Ki. Sri Radha Govinda Devi Ki. Sri Radha Kalachandji Bhagavan Ki. Sri Radha Kalachandji Bhagavan Ki. Sri Radha Kalachandji Dham Ki. Samaveta Bhaktavinda Ki. Nitai Go Premanandi. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Somebody want to sing the Shringa prayers?
Namaste Narasimhaya. Pralada Lada Daine. Hiranyakashipur Vakshaha. Sila Tankana Kalaye. Ito Nrsimha Parato Nrsimha. Yato Yato Yamitato Nrsimha. Nrsimha, Hridaye Nrsimha. Nrsimhamadim Sharanam Prapade. Bhavakara Kamala Varenakam Adbhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Dhanubringham Keshavadhirta Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare. Kesavadirta Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare. Jaya Nrsimhadev, Jaya Nrsimhadev, Nrsimhadev, Jaya Nrsimhadev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Nrsimhadev Bhagavan ki, Prahlad Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki, Nitai Gaura Premanande.